Welcome, everyone. This is our fourth stop on the Luge World Cup circuit. We had our first three at the beginning of the half, started in 2022. Now we're in 2023. Happy New Year. This is our fourth World Cup, and we will be here next weekend for our fifth World Cup as well. So lucky for Latvian athletes, they get a double home track World Cup, which doesn't happen very often. Now, I want to talk about Sigulda, Latvia, and what makes this place so special. It's a cute little quaint town. We're just an hour outside of the capital city of Riga. Now, I'm going to drop some numbers on you because I've been nerding out about this country and what makes it so cool. So, population of this country, 2 million people. A third of the population lives in Riga, the capital city, just an hour out, like I said. And this town of Sigulda is only 15,000 people. But the thing you need to know about this town is that this is the sliding capital of the country. And it's always so random in the sliding world. How does Latvia have so many competitive athletes? For such a small country, they don't really have, you know, all the influx of athletes that are trying to try out for the sports like Germany or Austria, but yet they are so competitive on their circuit. Now, this track right here, actually, let me turn this way. What's really fascinating about this track and with Latvia in general is it's actually a pretty flat country. You don't really see a lot of mountains or, you know, a lot of altitude, I guess you could say. So for a lot of the tracks around the world, they're in the Alps or they're, you know, they're everywhere. But for here, with such a flat country, they actually utilize this geography so well. They built it starting up high, and then it descends into this Gauia River Valley right behind me. So I think it's pretty genius, if you ask me. And then they've just created this little mecca of sliding. So skeleton, they've been dominant. The Dukers brothers won so many Olympic medals. For bobsled, Oscars Melbardis also has been incredible in the sport of sliding. And then the six brothers that are actually, they're from Sigulda here specifically. They've also pulled out some Olympic medals. So it's just crazy to think like the sliding history that has come out of this country. So again, here's some more numbers for you. So Latvia just started competing as a country in 1992. They broke away from the Soviet Union. So they haven't really been, you know, competing at the Olympics as their own country for a long time. Now, during this time, they have won 10 Olympic medals in the Winter Olympics, and all 10 of those medals have come from, you guessed it, sliding sports. So it's really interesting to be here. Athletes love to slide here because it's so cold. The ice is so consistent. And if you've never felt your eyelashes freeze before, this is where you will feel it for your first time because it just gets so cold here. So a lot of athletes will do their preseason training here because the ice is ready before a lot of the other countries. So anyways, I could talk about this place for all because it's just such an interesting little pocket of luge and sliding history. So we're going to have a lot of fun racing this weekend. Athletes are excited to be here. It's just going to be cool. And also this track is fun. It's scary, in my opinion. The curves are hard. They're huge. And you'll see a lot more of it this weekend with racing. All right, everyone, welcome back to our FIL studio. So we're up here at the men's start. Sorry, get in your way, Guffler. This is perfect timing. We're gonna watch Lucas Guffler right here. So he's stepping on heavy enough. Do you wish you were heavier? Huh? Do you wish it was more?
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. He says it's okay, okay. So what happens when athletes step on the scale is that they actually get weighed previously a few days ago. They call it the weigh-in. So they try and get everybody's measurements, so then on race day, they're around the same amount. But obviously, Leon, was that heavy enough or no?
Heavy enough.
With the jacket and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So it's kind of like a science with how these athletes get ready, because you don't want to eat a breakfast that's too heavy because it could put you overweight. So for example, for all of you number nerds out there that really want to know, so a couple days ago, let's say someone weighs in at 70 kilos, and if they come on race day and their body weight weighs 70.2, they could possibly be disqualified if they don't compensate by taking weight out of their vest. So weight vests is a whole other conversation. I wish I could have one in front of me, but they're all inside. So the athletes, sometimes you'll notice that athletes will have like weird blocks, like almost like iron weight in their pants or like in their torso. So those are lead weights that they will slide in. So if someone weighs 60 kilos and they're racing against someone who weighs 70 kilos, then they can add 10 kilos of weight to that weight vest. So it's a way to kind of make it even amongst all the racers. So that's what they're doing. That's why a scale is front and center so they can check their weight and make sure that everything is okay. So go ahead. So yeah, kind of interesting. But I actually want to bring you to the start for a second, because it's much different than the women's start yesterday. We can see someone's doing a mind run right now. You can grab this. So this is how an athlete visualizes how they go down the track. It's a big part of sliding, because obviously we can't take runs all day, every day. And so they visualize every curve going down the track, and to kind of simulate in their body, like, okay, this is in curve 2. I want to do a roll. I want to do a foot steer, a hand steer. So it all is just different for every athlete. But let's come on up here. Sorry, Casper is my cameraman. You're doing great. I just want to talk about this start, because for women's start, their start goes directly into a curve. It's almost like this really awkward angle where it makes it really difficult. And the start depicted a major part of the race yesterday with the women's discipline. So for men, look at this nice, beautiful, easygoing start. So because usually the track is built for the sliders from the top, they usually have a lot nicer of a start situation. So there's not really any hard angles that they're having to work with. They just have to pull off as fast as they can. And you can see, I don't know if you can see on the camera, but on the left side there's another ramp coming into it, and that's actually the bobsled ramp as well. So there's a little bit different factor with the men's race. Start ramp is easier. It's going to come down, and when it's easier, that means it comes down a lot more to strength and how fast someone can actually pull, instead of how well they can get and drive into start curve. So a little bit different things going on today with the men. Also, they go a lot faster today. I just talked to the Italian coaches, talked about how they go up to 125 kilometers per hour. So it's just a completely different ball game from the top. It's faster. The curves come a lot faster at you, and then the start curve is totally different. So we might see a few more mistakes at the bottom because the speed is higher. When we were watching for the A seed training, for the top training the other day, we did see a lot of, I'm not gonna say the C word, but you don't want to put bad juju on the race, but there was a lot of action going down at the bottom of the track. So I'm gonna have us get off the start. Caspers, you're doing great. I'm gonna have him walk backwards, which is super tough, but I wanted to take a moment to talk about this start. You guys are so good at your job. Thank you so much for following him around with all these cords. So yesterday we talked about temperatures. Today with our friend Edvin right here, he looks a little busy. So this is the temperature board. We talked about it yesterday, where this is where they record all the temperatures. So they take it every 15 minutes because they want to be super exact with the temperature and how it's going. So again, here's our little gauge, and then this is our control steel temp right here. So let's actually come up to this. Edvin, do you mind if I come step right here? Can I stand right here?
No, okay.
Yeah, is that okay? Okay, great. So we're taking different steel temps, and they want to make sure that they get it.
Does that mean that yours is one warmer than theirs?
I'm just listening to what they're saying.
Yeah, potentially.
So sometimes they're saying, okay, well, that steel temp was warmer than mine, or the other thermometer. Tony, can I ask you guys a quick question? So with the steel temps, Duncan was saying yesterday, if it's colder than a certain amount, you only have to go to -1, or what's the rule?
+1.
So +1. So what are you trying to get it close to right now?
We're just trying to figure out if these are accurate or not. Okay. That's what we're doing. We're just playing around with how our parameters compare to their parameters.
Are they sometimes different?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
So what do you? So that's a problem. What do you do?
You got to calibrate them.
Does that mess up
It's totally
everything?
a guessing game. No, I'm kidding. What we have, these aren't completely accurate. They get us close, and then we usually have an unofficial, actual, person who's a race unofficial person, and they'll give us the actual number. So these are really just kind of a
Well, you look legit.
guess and check.
Yeah,
That's
you look
what we're trying
official.
to do.
Yeah, okay, great. Thanks, Tony. That is coach of the Chinese team. Really incredible story with what's going on with the Chinese program. We could do a whole segment on them, and maybe we will one day. But yeah, Tony Benshoff used to slide for America. But yeah, kind of like I was mentioning, sometimes the barometers are just different. So, I mean, he was joking with the guessing game, but that's when they'll take an official FIL human, bring them over, and measure their steals for them. And we can see, like, he's waving down the steels. There's a towel in the back. They're waving at the steels, and they're trying to cool down the sleds to kind of match the temperature that's up there. Because the closer they can match it, the less, degree or the less chance that they could get disqualified. So, anyways, there's a whole art to what goes on up here at the track with the temperatures and the steels, and coaches are just trying to not get their athletes disqualified. So, anyways. Trying to think if there's anything else. I would love to talk about sleds. Maybe we'll talk about it at mid-race run, but we're going to have our men. They're getting ready up there. It's going to be a lot of fun racing today. So today we have men, and then we have relay later on. So everybody stick around. It's going to be super cool. I'm just trying to think. I mean, yeah, I think that's about it. I want to throw to our commentators right now. Bree, I'm not sure who you have in the booth, but what are you thinking for the men's race today?
So okay, yeah, we had Julia Kluge who was our pronunciation guru and researcher on the NBC gig. She came and just for fun helped us out again before training. Hey, Kate LeBreton, good morning. I'm here with Team USA's Ashley Farquharson. Ashley, thanks so much for joining me in the booth today. She'll be commentating the men's singles race. Ashley, you slid this hard, fast ice. We were just talking about the weather, the endless conversation in sliding sports. So we were talking about how it's a balmy -8 Celsius. How do you think that's going to affect the race today?
I think it gives a lot of these men a better chance of making their runs clean and even faster down the track. The harder the ice gets, the less grip you have with your sled. So any small mistake or error entering and exiting curves will cost you big time. So having a little bit softer ice, as weird as it sounds, is going to help a lot.
So, the last time the men trained was 2 days ago, and that's when it was extra cold. So do you think anyone would be changing their mind on a setup? Do those 6 degrees Celsius make a difference as you're looking for your setup, or does cold equal cold?
Yeah, if we were talking about a 20-degree difference, people might be second-guessing themselves, but when you start dropping below into the negatives and single digits, it's definitely more like a cold is cold, and I think it's going to be a little bit easier than it was on Friday, and some of them might be breathing a sigh of relief, but I don't think any setups are going to change.
Or at least maybe it won't sting as bad. It won't be as physically painful. The suits can only be so thick and aerodynamic. Well, we've already got a big crowd out here, and the spectators certainly don't mind the cold. So taking a look at our start list here, Ashley, who really stood out to you in training this week?
I think that Dominic Fischnaller is on a really good track. He had the fastest time in seated training, and he is just such a consistent slider, and he really knows how to put a race together. So we're definitely going to be looking for him, as well as Christer's upper yotes.
Oh,
his
right.
track. And I think that he has a really good shot of making the podium or definitely being in medal contention. I mean, he has so many runs here, and it's like home track advantage.
Yeah.
On a difficult track like this, it's a big deal.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday with two incredible home track records. And so I noticed prior to the races this weekend that none of the track records were held by any Latvians. So it was incredible watching their doubles, both doubles, men and women, take home the win and the track record yesterday.
It was so nice. And Alina Vitola getting second for the women. That was I was so happy.
The temporary
for her.
track record.
Temporary. But yeah, I'm sure that the Latvians are thrilled about that. It's so nice to be able to succeed at home in front of like a home crowd.
Right, and not to mention, we are back here next weekend for European Championships. And so, you know, I've been watching the weather every day because, you know, it's a little bit different. Now when you're thankfully, I'm not coaching, and so God bless all the coaches here who are standing out in this and radio you guys. So it looks like it's going to get quite a bit warmer, you know, like as warm as freezing, you know, 0. So I'm assuming if that holds, you know, everyone's going to go into training next week and just adjust their setups a little bit. Are you looking forward to that, or do you prefer this kind of ice?
Man, I think last year I would have said I was looking forward to it, but I actually felt very confident on the track this year for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So I really liked the hard ice and like knowing that.
Yeah, the great equalizer. Yeah, knowing that it's going to take skill to win the race.
To really like send it down twice very fast. Yeah.
All right, well, on behalf of Ashley and myself, thanks so much for tuning in this morning. We just got our 2-minute warning for the broadcast, so we are going to switch our mics over. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Attention, attention, 5 minutes to start, the signals with start time, 5 minutes till start.
Good morning.
Izberspächer Kanādā izcīnīja savu karjeras 50. pasaules kausa uzvaru. Viņš ir Latvijas vistitulētākais kapteiņa sporta dalībnieks, tātad 50. uzvara, bet viņš ir 3-kārtais olimpiskais čempions un 7 reizes uzvarējis pasaules kausa kompetējumā. Vēsturē 2 minūtes, 2 minutes till start. 2 minūtes. Bet Luka Černianai getting ready. Bet skatoties vēsturē kopumā 57 pasaules kausa uzvaras un 10 kopvērtējumu panākumi joprojām pieder Armīnam Siguldaram. Viņš šobrīd ir vēsturē pagaidām nepārspēts, tā kā Feliks Loks vēl var paspēt. Viņam vēl 7 uzvaras jāizcīt pasaules kausa sacensībās, lai atkārtot Armīnu Siguldaru rezultātu. Un vēl vienu, tad jau var arī pārspēt vēstures grāmatās ar ilglaicīgu rekordu. Nu, kā zināms, Natālija Heizenbergera dāmu titulētā sportiste izcīnījusi 52 uzvaras pasaules kausa sacensībās. Viņa ir šobrīd otrā bērna gaidībā, un tāpēc neredzam viņu šajās sezonās sacensībās. Bet jebkurā gadījumā iespējams redzēsim atpakaļ kā sportā.
Uzmanību trasē līdz startam 1 minūte. Attention track, you'll start 1 minute. Un lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē. Everybody clear the track. And Chilean Luka, please get ready. Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē. Everybody clear the track, please.
Mēs esam gatavi.
Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē. Everybody clear the track, please. Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē. Everybody clear the track, please. And track is clear from Chilean Luka. Nākamās trasēs LAT.
Hey everyone, we're back with our FIL Studio Live. My name is Kate Hansen, and I am joined by Latvian Queen and this dog, Hindia Apariod. Thank you for joining us. First, tell us your dog's name, this beautiful thing.
His name is Keto. He's 4 years old, almost. So yeah, he's really active dog.
Wait, how do you say his name again?
Keto.
Keto. How's my Latvian? Keto.
Good.
Okay, pretty
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday you raced. We talked earlier. You said the race went okay for you, but it's nice to race on your home track, right?
Yes, it's really great feeling to race at home with the fans and family. The runs wasn't that good, but yeah, I'm hoping for next week.
Yeah, lucky for you, you get 2 races on your home track, which isn't really common on the circuit. So Latvians just scored this year, I feel like. But this track is really difficult. If you were to, well, I feel it's difficult. If you were to explain this track to someone who has never been on a sled before, if you could. You could say it in Latvian too. There's a lot of Latvians probably watching too.
No, it's really, really hard track. I think the hardest in the world. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to start sliding in Latvia.
Yeah.
Career in Latvia. But I'm happy that I'm Latvian, and so if I was Austrian, I would be really scary to be. Yeah, it will be really hard to come here and start sliding here, I think.
I love that you said that because you just validated how scary the sport can be. But yet, did you know, I did some homework on Latvia. Did you know you've had 10 Olympic medals for winter medals, and they all come from sliding sports? So yeah, so
I didn't know that.
yeah, so while you say don't learn sliding here, you guys are some of the best in the world at this.
Yeah, it's pretty good, yeah.
So heading into next week for racing, what are you gonna try? Or are you gonna change anything on your sled, or what are you hoping for?
Yeah, I will change a bit my sled, so we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping for a better result, of course.
And then tell us about your dog. So do you miss them when you're gone? You travel so much.
Yes, he's living with my mom when I'm gone, so I don't think he misses me, but I miss him.
And I love this puffy coat. Can we just get a view? This is Dog Couture. This is like, is he sponsored? Is Reebok his sponsor?
I bought it in America.
I love it. Very cool. And then last question I want to ask you. So when people watch, they want to get to know the athletes. Like, who are they outside of sliding? Because they only see the helmet. So what's your favorite thing to do when you're not at the track?
Hiking. I really like to go on long walks with my dog.
What's your favorite hike in the area, if you have one?
Actually, I don't have one, but I like walking like in the forest. So yeah, Latvia is not so like mountain. Yes, I like mountains. So when I can, I go like some countries where it's mountain and go.
It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful here. Is there anything you want to say to any Latvians watching? I mean, because you're a superstar here, so this is your moment.
Nāciet atbalstīt uz trasi, jo tas ļoti palīdz un ir ļoti forša atmosfēra šeit.
Same. Great. Good job. Good luck next week. Also, your brother's leading. We'll send a good luck to him as well.
It's scary to watch. It's easier to slide myself.
It's not very fun to watch when you have family. Anyway, thank you so much. I'll let you go. You have things to do. You look great today. Thank you so much. Okay, we have one more interview that I'm actually really excited about. She's so nice to come stay down here at the bottom. Yeah. Okay, this is... You know in the Olympics when they have those P&G commercials that are saying like, this is for all the mothers? This is one of them. Okay, this is Mama Kohala. Sorry, I don't know your first name. What's your first name?
Anne, yeah.
I can do that name. There's a lot of hard names. Anne, okay, Anne Kohala has 2 children racing, which must be stressful to watch your kids.
Yeah, but you get used to it. They've been luges for such a long time now, so.
So a little background on Swedish sliding, and correct me. So for Sweden, even though it's up in those colder countries, there's actually not a strong sliding program. So to have Swedish athletes is a very big deal. To have you guys out here and to be competing, and your home track, they would consider as Lillehammer, right?
Exactly. That's where we bring our clubs, our smaller kids, and also here in Sigulda we bring them.
So the amount of work, like think about, I feel like I'm talking directly to all these people watching, and I want them to know how cool it is that we have Sweden. So when you think about Germany, they have after-school programs where they just go to tracks, and it's like really simple, and they have a ton of kids that are flocking to the track. But for Sweden, you have to recruit kids to come and get them to do it. So how do you guys go about your recruiting process?
I would say, especially Tove and Svante is the guys who showed that this sport works for even a Swede to do. Yeah. So they are very, very important for the Swedish luge.
You guys, yeah, no, truly, and you guys look great. I mean, the jackets, everything. Yes, you look incredible. And yesterday, Svante had his best finish ever.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was so. It was for the whole team, the whole Swedish luge family. It was amazing.
So he finished 3rd in Nations Cup, which is a big deal for some of these smaller nations. To even get into the World Cup is a big deal, and then to medal on Nations Cup. So were people at home watching? Were they excited for him?
Yeah, they were very. It was really fantastic.
And on a track, this track is very difficult. And for him, I mean, we would call that in America a boss move. Yeah, it was a boss move doing so well on this track. So for Tove, like, do first, do they get along and are they competitive? Your two children in sliding?
All the time, in everything, in everything. Yeah.
So sliding was a good way to get those competitive juices out.
Yeah, when they always angry at each other when you speak of the other one when they are racing. so they're competing. So actually, Tove, I think the success that Svante had done this year, I think Tove's a lot of it. Yeah. She had pressed him to do better.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have brothers too, so I understand her. Yeah. Svante's older, Tuva's younger. So for the Swedish program, how do you guys make it run? Like, I think your husband mentioned that's a lot of volunteer work, like it's a lot of people working together. Like I'm just astonished at how you're able to come to these races. It's so different for smaller nations.
Yeah, we have one coach, and that's Hasse, and he has the senior team, he has a junior team, and he also has the club. So he's coaching everyone. So one day he's at the Olympics, and the next week he's in Lillehammer with small kids and training. So he have to think both.
So did
high level, and if you are very low level. So
which most teams will have maybe 3 coaches for each level. So the amount of work is just insane. So did you used to slide? How did you just married into the sliding family?
Married into the sliding. I met Hasse at Lillehammer in '94, the Olympic. Yep.
Were you watching the Olympics, or what were you doing?
I was working in Norway that time, so it was the first time for me to see the sport. So it was like, wow.
Insane, right?
Yeah, exactly. How is this crazy guy?
Why would anyone want to do this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what my parents thought the whole time too. Yeah, we understand. I get it. So are you staying here for next week as well?
No, I'm going home for work, so I'm on my holiday now, so yeah.
Good for you. Well, I imagine for the amount of sliding that you've watched, you could also be a coach.
No, I take care of the small kids home. That's fun. And I also we have a coach at home who's helping us with the club, so it's great.
Super cool. Well, I know there's probably Swedish fans watching today. It's fun. Is there anything you'd like to say to them in Swedish? I mean, this is your moment. Yeah. You're a star now. Yeah. Mom behind the scenes.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who's helping us with this. It's amazing. It's fantastic.
And if anyone wants to support Swedish Luge, do you have a website, or how can they support you?
Contact us. They know how to find us.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know how to find this, and if you don't know, then contact FIL Luge Studio and we will find them. So anyways, good luck this season. We're so happy you guys are here, and congratulations on all the success so far. Amazing. Yes, thank you. And Ann Kahala, the woman behind the scenes, you're incredible. You're incredible. Thank you so much. We'll see you next run. Bye, Ann. Okay, that just like made me feel so many good things. I love meeting the parents behind how this all works, because it really takes really great parents to get into this, because there's not necessarily tracks in everyone's backyard. It's not something that kids can just like go do for fun. It's a dangerous sport, and we need a lot of support. So the Swedish team, I was talking to her husband, who's the coach that she was mentioning. I was talking to him in the first World Cup in Austria, and he was saying how what like a village. It takes a village to have Sweden be on the sliding tour, because they don't have a home track. I don't know how they recruit these kids, because there's no home track in Sweden, and they have to go to Norway to compete. So you have to convince these little 10-year-olds to say, hey, come to Norway with us, and you want to go 60 miles an hour down this track. Like, it's just such a labor of love for the passion for the sport, and then it's showing off in their kids. Svante yesterday collecting a bronze medal from Nations, and then today he's in the World Cup. So anyways, I'm a Swedish sliding fan. I love supporting Swedish sliding, because it's also important to see more nations in our sport, and just to see more representation. So anyways, maybe we'll get her husband on. Maybe the kids will come on too. But this is what this studio show is all about, is we're trying to meet everybody behind the sport, so you guys know like who's here at the races. And you guys, if you haven't been to a race, you guys should come out, make the trip. It's a lot of fun. Obviously, can we just turn around really quick and show this band playing? Because this is pretty epic. Like, look at the commitment to these World Cup races. And there's a whole crowd down there too. So if you haven't been to a luge race, you're missing out, and we want you to come. And Latvia puts on a massive show, a full-on rock band down at the bottom. Just incredible. So anyways, all the athletes are back at the top. They're getting ready for run number 2. Maybe one of these segments will go to the top in between runs and we can show all the preparation that goes into the second run as well, because they don't just show up to the track and just go blitz 2 runs through. There's a lot of prep that happens in between. So we're gonna take a short break, a couple minutes. I'm gonna do a time check to see how far we are from the second run. So everybody just hang out and we'll be back in a few. Okay, I'm gonna walk you into the forbidden fruit of spectators. This is the start house. This is where no spectators are usually allowed to come in here because it's where everybody's getting ready. So come in, I'm gonna show you. This is where everybody gets into the right state of mind. It's usually really quiet in here, and usually you'll see people kind of focus, getting into the zone, and it's not really like a pump up place. I know for a lot of sports, they're like, you know, getting all stoked, but this is really a place for athletes to get into their mind to get ready to go down the track. So anyways, there's hooks up on the wall, they hang everything. During a race, this is a complete mess. There's just athletes everywhere, in and out. So yeah, and they try and keep it warm because obviously it's a really cold sport. So these are the most coveted spots. You want to be right by a heater, but one thing that I want to point out, so you'll see, tell me you're at a sliding track without telling me you're at a sliding track. So you will see little bottles of shampoo sitting around. And why is because the face shields that you see tend to fog up actually when it's really cold. And just when you breathe, so it's kind of like with glasses. Like if someone wears glasses and it's cold outside and they breathe, it gets fogged up, then you can't see. So if you have glasses and you hate that that happens, welcome to our show where I'm going to promote to you the secret life hack to make sure that your glasses don't fog up. So you put shampoo in your face shield or your glasses, you don't wash it out, and you just wipe it out with a towel, and that's kind of how athletes get down the track without fogging up their face shield. Sometimes you forget to do it, like when you're a kid and you go down the track and you can't see anything at all. It's terrifying. Sometimes it's just so cold that there's nothing that's going to happen. And sometimes, I mean, there's a lot of sometimes. Sometimes people have different formulas that they like. Like some people have, oh, this helps me and never fogs up, or I don't know, everyone thinks that they have the right answer with it. So anyways, this was left over from an athlete, kind of fun that it's here. But when you first get a face shield, we call it baking. I don't know what other countries call it, but I know in America we call it baking a face shield. So you'll put shampoo in it and you'll just stick it on a heater. Sometimes they put these face shields in an oven because they're trying to get the base layer of shampoo in there. So then throughout the season, they can put shampoo and wipe it out and it'll be, I guess, comfortably defogged. So anyways, this is the start house, kind of fun. No one's in here. Usually there's always people in here. But yeah, this is where everybody hangs out and they get ready. They pack their stuff up to get out onto the track out there, and hopefully they have great runs. But anyways, this is Start House. Welcome. We should have done like a full show. Like, welcome to the Start House here at the track. We're happy to have you. So anyways, that's what happens in here. Thank you for checking this out with us. Okay, we are back. Loving this music. Oh, the song just ended. It was a really great song. We were really feeling the vibes. So anyways, we are getting ready for our second run. You just saw a little blip of what it's like inside of a start house. So just imagine where you are. Like, imagine where I was just then with that video. It's just filled with athletes. They're getting ready. And we saw, if you joined us for the pregame show, we saw Gleischer doing a mind run at the top of the track for men's start. So mind runs are just a huge part of this sport. So right now, I'm gonna paint a picture for you. Everybody's in that room and their hands are up like this. They kind of look like zombies if you've never seen a mind run before, but everyone is visualizing the curves and what happens, and they're visualizing, okay, entrance is here, steer here, hold up here, steer off, and then roll back. And everybody's eyes are closed and they're just trying to, get in the feel for the track, because they only have 40 seconds, 50 seconds to go down this track. So much of it is the mental preparation to get ready for these runs. So it's really interesting and it's really cool. But the other thing that happens in between runs is that they do a lot of steel work. So this is so fun to get to talk about this stuff because no one at home wants to hear about steel work. So one big part of sliding is something called diamond paste. In between each run, they will go up and diamond paste their steel. So what that means is they usually spend a couple hours the night before the race getting their steels up to mirror-like preparation. And they have this little tube of paste. They put it on their steels and then they'll kind of go up and down the steel and they make it even more of a mirror. And it can add about 1/10 of a second. It can save you 1/10 of a second on the way down. So each run, they are pasting their steels. So if you ever see a sled that has toilet paper on it, that's when you know the sled has been diamond pasted. So right now, coaches are up at the top. They are diamond pasting the steels, trying to get their sleds as fast as possible because this is tight racing for the men. Apriodes is currently winning, but Austria and Germany are close behind them. They're trying to catch up to them. So anyways, a lot happens in between the runs. I hope that maybe one day we can get up to the top and kind of really get into the nitty-gritty of how these athletes and coaches get ready to send an athlete down the track. So anyways, we're heading to the second run. We're gonna hang out here with this incredible music. I don't know how these musicians are playing without gloves. My hands are freezing and I'm in these massive gloves. I just can't imagine playing guitar in this cold weather. It's not as cold as yesterday, but I mean, it's Latvia and there's ice on the ground. So anyways, my commentators in the booth, I hope you are there. Coming into this second run, it was a close first run. What are your feelings going into the second run?
All right, so I'm here with Ashley Farquharson in the booth. We've got a live band outside jamming in our ears, and it is festive for an early and cold morning here in Sigulda. So we've got some news updates. We had the disqualification, unfortunately, of your teammate Johnny, and that was. Why don't you explain what happened there, Ashley?
So when he crashed, something fell out of his sled, and the only things that you're allowed to lose down the track is tape and your face shield if that falls off. And so whatever fell out of his sled, it looks like just tape on the cameras, but it must have been something that was taped down, so that did disqualify him.
Yeah, which is too bad. And then we had a DNF, so that was so many papers.
The first Georgian athlete, Luca.
Right, so first Georgian athlete, Luca, and then Lasha did not slide, so we did miss a Georgian athlete from the start order. But it's still incredible to have a three-man team there.
It's great news for
Georgia.
the smaller countries as well, that we're trying to get more involved in the sport.
So we were given a hot tip by Margit, the FIL Luge press officer, and she let us know that as things stand right now in the order, it would be, if it stays the same for second and third, it would be the exact same finish as last year's race in Sigulda on the exact same day. And the only way that we know that it's not Groundhog's Day is that I'm here, and I'm pretty sure I wasn't here last year, so we've got a bit of a deja vu situation here that could be very, very cool, and always happy to see a home track record on home ice. So looking beyond the top three, Ashley, as we go down to, you know, the ranks 5 through 6, it's a really interesting race, and especially cool to see Ukraine in there as well as Slovakia. So you had mentioned that Ninnis is really good here. Do you think that was a perfect run, or does he have some time in the bank?
If I'm remembering right, he definitely has some time in the bank. Looking at the splits, you can see that he's gaining all the way down the track. If he perhaps made his start a little faster or found a little bit more speed in the top section, then he could potentially move up or improve his time by like a 10th or so.
Right, and also incredible to see Andriy Manzi from the Ukraine up there in the mix. And now, you know, as you mentioned, this is their home track, and they've been living here, and obviously, you know, they are dealing with an insane amount of emotional stress. And as I understand, you know, their team didn't really get to train this summer due to everything that's happening back home. So it's pretty incredible to have them come out and, you know, to be able to focus on racing, given everything that's happening back home. And I know that there's a lot of support online for those watching them race and cheering them on, you know, as hard as it is to be here away from their families. So
Andre did have a very incredible run, so I'm sure he's looking to just repeat that and stick in the top 6 like he currently
repeating's
is.
hard though.
Repeating is very hard.
Yeah.
You almost never have 2 runs that are the same. Like, that's like consistency.
It's like fingerprints.
That you look for.
No two are alike. Like, you will never have the exact same run as before, even on home ice.
Oh, totally.
And so, what would your mentality be? So, when you've had what you feel like is your best run ever, and you still have another heat, how do you focus, and what do you think about going into that?
I just take the confidence that I can gain from that run and try and carry it with me for as long as I can, and just add it to my arsenal.
Corner 1 through 16.
Exactly.
Just keep carrying it.
And just be like, telling myself, like, sitting down the handles and being like, I know I'm good. I just did that. I can do it again.
Yeah. And then something, I was thinking about this morning, something that Diana Eiberger said on the broadcast yesterday that she learned through her long career is that every day is a new day. Every year is a new year. And really, like, one of the keys for her, she found, is taking away expectations. And that's where I found when I was an athlete, is like, you have some good results and you want so badly to believe that's your new set point. And her advice that, like, every day is new, because if you grip on that set point, then you're not sliding relax.
No, and that's the tricky part about luge, is like, you want it so bad, but you can't. You can't.
It's a dating game with your sled where you have to, like, go through dating
like,
psychology.
no, I'm chill.
Yeah, I'd be like, no, I'm playing it cool. No,
exactly.
we're cool. No, I mean, either way, I'm easy.
And that's why people say experience is so important in this sport, and why we do start so young, is because the amount of time you gain from, like, having your shoulders tense and you're rigid on the sled to just relaxing and being able to melt. It's like astronomical. It can be tense.
I mean, I found, granted this is the sport of skeleton, which I won't make you talk about, but like, tense run to a relaxed run, it would even be a second in, like, placid. So I mean, we cannot emphasize,
especially on this ice, when literally any mistake is going to send you into a skid. You have to have your shoulders back, you're the weight in the back of the sled, and you have to be able to absorb anything.
Okay, so we've got about 1 minute to air, so we're going to sign off here on the studio show. Thanks, Kate, for throwing it to us. We're going to be back live in the booth in a minute here for the coverage of a very exciting, potentially identical to last year, run 2 of men's singles.
Otrais organizators 4. vietā esošajam Maksanam Langenhanam no Vācijas 124,9 km/h, un 3. ātrums Jozefam Mīnis, kurš 8. vietā pēc pirmā brauciena, Slovākam 124,8 km/h.
La uzmanība trasē, attention track, till second run, till start, 3 minutes. Almost visiem atjom trasēm, be very clear track place.
Come back to heat number.
So short look back to the first run. Best start time, Felix Locke currently in second place at the first heat, 4:58. Second best start for Tucker West from USA, 4:61. And third best start time, Dominic Italy, 4:63. The best speed, or top speed, was for Christers Aponios from Latvia, 125.17. Second best speed for Max Langenham from Germany, currently fourth place, 124.9. And the third best speed, Josef Lini, Slovakia, 124.8.
Uzmanību trasē līdz startam 1 minūte. You'll start 1 minute. One more time. Everybody clear the track, please. Lūdzu visiem apjūt trase. Lūdzu visiem apjūt trase. Everybody clear the track, please.
You ready? Yeah. Mēs esam gatavi.
Lūdzu visiem apjūt trase. And track is clear for Jonas Noller. Terrasse frio. Nākamās ir trases, new track.
Do it.
Jawohl!
Jubel!
Okay, zurück zu der Hymne. Hymne.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Okay, we're back with our FIL Studio Live. That was great racing. Dominic ending up on the podium. What are your first thoughts? How did that go?
I mean, good. It's always fun to be on the podium. My runs were not that good as I had them in training, so the good thing is I have another opportunity next week, you know.
Yes.
But I'm happy with to be on the podium.
Do you think that there's a lot to clean up for you, or it was more just small things that were annoying?
The first one, like bigger things, second one, smaller things, but in total, you know, it's close. So.
Which I feel like when athletes say small things, like for normal public, it's like minuscule things. Like it's hard to really see even those small mistakes. So still, 2 clean runs down. I mean, do you love this track? Do you love coming here?
I do. I love coming here. We train here in the preseason, so feels like also a little home track, you know, because I have lots of runs here, so I like it.
So you're excited for the double World Cup?
Yeah, I hope the weather stays cold, so, you know, our sleds go fast then, so I like it, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, congratulations. What are you going to do with all these medals? You've won so many.
Just collect them and collect them.
just keep collecting. Can we just get a vision on this? Look at this thing. Wow. And now you're still the overall leader. Have you been the leader like for this many races before, or is this kind of a first?
I was already a leader once. I don't know for how many races, but I never won the overall, so we'll see how long I can keep it on.
Yes, look at this jersey. Look at it. It just looks great.
Good in yellow, right?
Yeah, yellow looks incredible.
Good.
Congratulations. We'll see you next week.
Thanks.
Clean up those mistakes. You got it. See ya. Dominic Fischnaller having an incredible season. He's when he was a younger athlete on the junior circuit, they referred to him as the prodigy. He was that good. So he's had a lot of races where he's come really close, but it seems like this season he's continually finishing on the medal stand, which is why he gets to wear that coveted yellow bib. So we'll see if we've got some more interviews coming up. Everyone, some of these athletes have to go prepare for the team relay that we have in about an hour, which is arguably one of the more fun events that they have in luge racing. But Apperiode's right here. He is the hometown guy. Everybody was wanting him to win, and it's been so cool. It's been a full Latvian sweep. Yeah, maybe I'll just talk about him if we don't get an interview with him. It's been a full Latvian sweep this weekend, which we've never seen that before. I've heard the Latvian anthem more times this weekend than I did ever before this weekend. So really exciting for the hometown crowd. It's just been a lot of fun, and it just shows you home track advantage is just major. So if we could just build more tracks around the world, that would be a lot of fun and advantageous for everyone. But looks like right there he has a little picture a kid drew for him. And this is what happens when races come to their hometown. People want to come to the track. They want to see what's going on, and it's just a lot of fun. There's the band playing here. He's going to do one more interview, so we'll just hang out for a second. But the relay race coming up, I'm really excited about it. It's going to be cool. So what happens is each team will pick their best athlete from each discipline. So fastest woman, fastest men, fastest doubles team. So these guys that won, I would assume that they're going to have to head straight back to the top and get ready for the relay, because they could win another medal. That would be insane if Latvia went for 4 all the way across the board. His sister's who we talked to earlier, Candia Apperiodes. She's the one with the dog. So it's a whole family affair within luge. Aunts and uncles get into it, brothers and cousins get into it. It's crazy how, I mean, when you hear about it from someone at a young age, kind of like we were talking to Kristaps Marins yesterday, and he was like, yeah, my parents had just heard about it, and I jumped on a sled, and then I got really into it. So it's just fun to see everyone out here. But I don't know, we'll see. He might need to head up to the top. We might not have a strong post-game interview for us today. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see what else was interesting that happened today. Felix Locke, he was up there, but then he got bounced out from that second run, and it always just come down to just a few final curves that can knock someone out of the racing. And Felix Locke, I mean, he's won more medals than all of us have even seen in our lifetime, and he didn't end up on the medal stand. But that's one thing that's interesting about the season after the games, is that for some people it just doesn't matter as much, because these points don't really mean anything going into the Milano Cortina game. So this can be a big rebuild year for a lot of athletes. It can be for teams. They're trying to get sled setups back dialed in. So it's a time for younger athletes to come on the scene, like Apriodes. He's done incredibly well. And then also it's interesting because Russia is not here this year. So it kind of mixes up the whole field and how it's been going for everybody. So Felix Lok, even though he didn't end up on the podium today, I'm sure he's not very worried, because all that matters is the race at the end of the 4 years. And so this is where a lot of athletes are testing new things. And Max Langenhahn, the one who got silver today, he's been off the scene for a little bit. He was injured and then come back with his first race to end up with a silver medal. But we're not surprised. It's very German-like. They're so good. They're so fast. So we always plan to see Germans on the podium. We have people getting ready for the next race, pulling out all the medals, putting up, see right there. So they've got 4 trophies. No, please, come in. You're famous, you're on. So they're getting it all set up. This is 4 trophies because it's the fastest men, fastest women, and fastest doubles team for each country. Do you think Latvia will win again?
Sorry, I'm speaking only Latvia.
That's okay. She says yes. Latvia is doing great. So good. Say something in Latvian for everybody watching. In Latvian.
Latvia. Yeah, super.
Okay, great. Great Latvian. That was awesome. I wish I spoke Latvian. I don't know anything about Latvian. So anyways, they're getting set up. It's so cool. Each track will have their own design of the medals. When it comes to World Championships, they all have the same medals, but each track kind of will have their own, like what they want to leave on the circuit. And for the World Cup to be here for 2 weeks in a row is a big deal for the Latvian Federation. They get a lot of exposure, a lot of rock bands at the track, and a lot of fun. He's so famous. Thank you. We'll see who comes over. He's just a wanted man right now because he did so well. You are so popular. Everybody wants to talk to you.
But I'm not from Sigulda, but I believe there's many people from my hometown, which is near sea. It's like 40 kilometers, half an hour drive from here. But yeah.
So you drove, when you started sliding, you would drive half an hour every day to come train?
Almost every day, yeah. But not every day, I will say, but yeah. I have more time to think about the track, about the trainings, competitions, you know.
So the commute, oh cute. So cute. The commute was not boring for you. That's probably.
Yeah.
So you love your home track. Were you comfortable? Were you nervous being in front of your home crowd?
Yeah, of course. It's always challenging because home crowd, home walls, as I can say, and you want to be perfect down the track. You know that feeling. And yeah, I guess today was my day, and I'm almost 2 perfect runs I made, and I've never slid that fast before in Sigulda track, so it was something new for me as well.
The ice has been so fast this week. We were talking to Kristaps Marins yesterday, and he said the ice was too fast for me. I could not go down. So you said you made small mistakes. What would you count as a small mistake for you?
Yeah, and on Friday's CD Group training, I was also thinking it's a little bit too fast for me. Yeah, and small mistakes in competition. First run down in the bottom, and second run up there a little bit, some skids, and not so smooth. But overall, I would say I'm happy.
Yeah, it's crazy when small mistakes for you, people don't even notice. We were just talking to Dominic about this. So they're such high caliber athletes to be able to have inches of mistakes down this track. So congratulations. Are you excited for a second race here next week?
Yes, of course. I'm excited, and I'm waiting, and yeah, can't wait to compete next week here.
It's been a big week for Latvia. You've won every single race here. I don't think this has happened before.
I think women's singles we didn't win.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I've been misspeaking. I've just been so excited for Latvia being on the podium for all of these races.
Shout out for Diana.
Yeah, that's true, Diana. I'm so sorry. It was even your birthday. You're right. Thank you for the call out. I needed that, bringing me to honesty. Well, you have relay coming up. You're racing in relay.
Yes.
What are your feelings? How you guys will do?
As always, be as fast as possible, and can't wait to beat my personal best from ladies start.
Are you comfortable at ladies?
I guess so.
If anyone is, it would be you. This is your own track.
Yeah.
Anyways, congratulations. I'll let you go get ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Champion right here. And we'll see you next week. I'm sure we'll see you.
Thank you.
I'm sending you all fast vibes.
Okay, thank you very
You'll
much.
do.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, one more. Is the only thing you want to say in Latvian to everyone watching?
Paldies visiem, kas atbalsta, kas tur rīkšķi un tic. Un, jā, nu, mājas trasē jāpadara savus darbiņus līdz galam. Tā kā tiekās vienmēr, tiekās arī nākamdēļ. Un tur tepatās jau komandas apvet.
Thanks. Super cool. Yes, Diana, when you're watching this, I'm sorry you did win at women's. It's just been such a big deal to see Latvia on the podium for every race, and we heard it for doubles, we just heard it for men's, and we may hear the Latvian anthem for relay race. So coming into relay, we will reintroduce it in a few minutes, but he's going to head to the top. We mentioned before the steel work that they do in between runs. He's got to go get his sled ready. And everyone is going to move down to women's start. So the men only really get one training run. I don't even know if they got a training run this week from women's start. I'll have to fact check and I'll come back to you, but everyone's going to head up and they'll get ready for the relay and we'll talk all about it and tell you why it's so fun and exciting. But congratulations, Latvia, Germany, Italy on the medal stand for men's today. Super cool. And there's the man right there, hometown hero, grew up 30 minutes away from here. So there's a lot of people here supporting him. So that's it for the men's race today. Give us a little break, grab a coffee. We are going to go get ready for our relay and we'll be back in a few minutes.
No šejienes skatoties, jūs visi gribat deju, bet jūs nezināt, kādu deju uzsākt. Viens grib valsi, viens grib fokstrotu. Mēs jums tūlīt pat parādīsim slaveno Siguldas sēska deju. Dariet, kā es skatieties uz manis, mācību ritmu. Galvenais domā roku, pēc es savas tekrīdī. Labākos ir labākos, pēc es savas tekrīdī. Tas ir šādi, šādi. Kopā no pēdējā izdarīju visu un darīsim visu kopā. Kādam vēl? Dominiks pirmatskaņojums. Tāpēc no sākuma būtu labi, ja mēs iemācītos kopā vienu FIL melodiju, ko kopā pat arī dziedāsim. Jūs visi man redzat? Jūs man dzirdat? Labiņi. Tātad pārdi būs tauts. Melodija, protams, ir zakta. Tātad melodija. Vai jau iemācījāt? Ļoti labi, ļoti labi. Tātad mēģinām jau kopā. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jā, beidz kopā ar dirigenu. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tā nav tikai Sigulda. Draugi, bet kas ir dziesma bez dēļas? Tajā brīdī, kad jūs ietat šo brīnišķīgo melodiju, jūsu rokas dodas augšu. Visiem rokas, arī tur augšā saņemās griebīgais. Kungi dāmas, augšu rokas, augšu. Tajā brīdī, kad jūs ietat šo brīnišķīgo melodiju, klausi šādi te šūpojas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Izskatās lieliski. Iedomājieties, tas ir Siguldas brīnumu mešu, tās mūzikas ejos. Un egļu zaros, zelta čiekuri, jūs iedat zari šūpojas, čiekuri grib zemē. Siguldā neko nemet zemē. Sagatavojam kabatas. Tajā brīdī, ja jūs iedat šūpojas zari, bijuši čiekuri, jūs tajās kabatās šādi tehnikus ķerat. Visi sagatavojās, kabatas. Tad kopā ar diņiem. 1, 2, 3, 4. Izcili jūs atbildēt, jauniešiem višķi jāpastrādā, viņam vēlreiz. 1, 2, 3, 4. Daudz labāk. Mēs esam gatavi šai brīnišķīgai pirmizrādē, bet šī vieta dziesmā būs pa vidu. No sākuma es saukšu jūs ļoti būšīgi atsauci. Varam sākt? Sāksim klusi. 4 vilki krūmos lēs, 4 vilki krūmos lēs, svešus zaķus izbiedēja, 2 vilki meitu vilka, pavaroja olio. Uja, uja, vilki, uja, 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 vilki, uja, uja. Uja, izcilu publiku, Sigulda labākā vieta. Tiekamies nākamšgad ar mums!
normally, like how the women in doubles have to do it. So we've got a track coming in from the right, and we also have a little track coming in from the left. I believe this is what they'll call junior start here. So when you're learning the track, you'll start lower and then work your way up higher. So anyways, overview of the start curve. So why this is important. I first want to point out, you see those blue lines in the track right there? That is where the timing eye starts. So timing doesn't start when they pull off of these beautiful handles down here. Timing starts when they first initiate that clock right there, that timing eye. And so what people will do is they will try and trip the timing eye. I'm going to see if I can try and explain this. So this is more prevalent for double sleds because their feet are higher than a normal single sled. So let's say, for instance, this is the timing eye. When they pull off, what they'll try and do is kick their feet over the timing eye. So it actually starts, like, it gives them maybe a few inches past the timing eye until the timing starts. Does that make sense? I don't know if I explained that very well, but essentially they'll try and trip the timing eye. So watch for the double sleds. When they pull off, they'll paddle, and the top man will kick his feet up to try and get over this timing eye so they can save few thousandths, maybe a hundredth of a second, which can kind of depict the whole race. So I'm going to continue to kneel down here because this makes more sense to look at the start like this for me. So I feel like I'm in a presentation in school. This is great. Okay, when we come into the start curve, angles are incredibly important. Okay, so if you come onto the left side of the ramp, you'll see that you're pretty much perpendicular going into the start curve, which makes you're pointed straight up into the curve, and then you're going to skid the whole way down. Major problem, race is over. You might as well just put your feet down and get out of the track at that point. I'm just kidding. You wouldn't do that. But that's what it feels like when that happens. So athletes are going to sit here. They're going to pull off. When they paddle, they're trying to get the sled to the right of the track because then it's an easier angle to get around. So when you watch these races, you'll notice when a start curve is good or bad. If they can make it smooth and an even line, then A+, they did it well. If they go straight into it or to the left, then you'll see the sled kind of skid and you'll hear it as well. So if they do it correctly, they'll be on the right side. They're actually going to hook, something called a hook. I don't think anyone's really talked about this before, but it's not a type of steer that you do down the track. You only do it at the start. So what happens is you'll steer. So for this one specifically, you'll push down with the right foot and you'll pull your heel under the left runner. So it kind of steers it more aggressively to get it around. So when you see an athlete kind of pull their knee up, that's what they're doing. It's called a hook. So anyways, I could sit here and probably talk about a start curve for many, many more minutes because I've sat here with coaches and they give me all the scenarios of a start curve, but you should just know when they pull off, there's so much thought and thinking that goes into this. Some athletes do 3 paddles, some do 4, depends on how fast you are, but just know if you can get this start curve correctly, it puts you an insane amount. I mean, your timing is just way better. So I'll leave this with you. 100th at the top ends up being a 10th at the bottom of the track. So if someone has you beat on a start by 100th, then you know that you have to make up a lot of time. So some of the fastest starters are the ones that win gold medals. You can't win golds unless you have fast starts. So anyways, I know you've been losing sleep over how to do start curves, and you're so blessed that I just gave you all that information today. But that is how you do start curve, and it's the same for every track. Every start curve is just different, but there's a whole technique that goes in behind this. So anyways, there you go. All right, FIL Studio live coming at you. It's Sunday, it's day 2 of racing, and we're getting ready for the team relay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kate Hansen, 2014 Olympian, and I'm here to tell you why the team relay is so fun and so cool. So, first, need to tell you, so we had men's race earlier. We were starting at the top of the track here in Sigulda, but now everybody has moved down to the women's start. Why is that? That's because we need everybody to start from the exact same start. So I'm going to walk over here. Casper is my camera guy. Great footwork over my line for my mic. So this is why everybody loves team relay, is because of this little gate right here. So the format goes best women, best men, and best doubles team. And what happens is it's a continuous time between each sled. So it's one combined time of all the sleds. So it's not like they go down, they clock one sled, and then the next one goes. So first one is women. Women are going to do the exact same thing that they do on race day. They're going to do a normal start, a full block, a full compression. They'll pull off, paddle, do their thing. And then the men will come up, and they're going to close this bad boy. I can't close it, and I don't want to break it. These will close. The men's athlete is going to get ready in the grooves, and they're going to be sitting there waiting, waiting in a compression. I don't know if we've talked about this with the start, but usually on a normal start, I'm going to sit down for you like this because it's going to make a lot more sense if I just show you. You're so lucky I'm doing this for you today. When an athlete starts, they start like this. Normal start is they'll go into a block, they go into a compression, and then they pull off and paddle, okay? So the women start, they're doing that. The men start, they're gonna sit in compression like this, because as soon as those gates open up, they're gonna pull off as fast as they can. So imagine if the gate opens and they go and do a full start, well, you're gonna lose time just in that. So the men and the doubles teams, you're gonna see them locked and loaded just like this, waiting for the gate to open so they can pull off. What opens the gate? You all ask, which, I mean, you already know probably. The pad at the end of the run. I'm talking so fast, I'm getting winded in all of this. So when they go down the run, it's not the normal timing eye that stops the time. There's going to be a dangling pad that the athlete has to sit up and hit this thing. I don't know who came up with this event, but it can get a little crazy at the bottom, because imagine going 70, 80 miles an hour and trying to sit up and hit this pad at the same time. So sometimes people can miss the pad. Sometimes they can hit walls while they're trying to hit the pad. It can get a little crazy at the bottom, especially with this finish, because Kreisel is that big curve and it can get a little crazy. They can hit walls in the outrun. So that was a mouthful for all of it. So yeah, women gonna go, men, doubles. The fun part about doubles is that the bottom person has to pull at the same time, but the bottom man in the back can't see the gate open up. So I want you to notice they have the doubles teams, they have straps on, which help the back person pull. So pretty much the bottom man is pulling blind. Anyways, it's just a wild time. It's kind of like a rodeo, what happens here for relay race. And then I wanna point out one more thing. How do they know when the athlete in front of them is getting close to the bottom? So there's a box right there, and I don't know exactly when and what part of the track the lights come on, but when the yellow light comes on, that tells them, okay, the sled in front of you is almost done. Go into compression and get ready, and then once the green comes, they'll know that it could be any second that the gate is going to flip open. So some people have really fast change times, really fast reactions. Some people have really slow reactions, and we'll see it in their time. So it's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun. We're going to whip through it really quick. It's only a 30-minute race, and I don't know how many countries we have racing, but it's going to be awesome. Latvia's done really well this weekend. Pull out a win for today. But my commentators in the booth, Elsa Desmond, Brishoff, what are you guys thinking for this relay race coming up?
So pleased to be here with Elsa Desmond of Team Ireland. I'm Brishoff. Elsa, we have, as we were just discussing, a very exciting team relay because of what factor?
The finish.
Yes.
As you'll have seen this morning, lots of people cross the finish line and hit the left wall out of that Kreisel, but that's where the paddle is. So it's not uncommon for people to miss the paddle here and stop the race.
Oof, and we saw a lot of sleds this morning in the men's race taking massive hits out of that exit corner, and so you've added all of these nuances, including the men now have to go down to Dom and start and face that entry into corner 4, the great equalizer, so it'll be very interesting to see how they handle that. Any predictions? What are you most excited to see this race?
I'm really excited to see how Latvia get on. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a track record from them. We've seen some fantastic times from all of their sleds over this weekend. Obviously Germany, always exciting. Fantastic to have China here. We haven't seen so much of the Chinese team this season, so it's fantastic to see them coming out in the team relay.
Right.
I think we could be on for a really exciting race.
Yeah, this is going to be great. We've just got that 2-minute warning here, so thanks for joining us. We're going to get to our commentary duties, and we won't see you between heats, so we are going to sign off here. Enjoy the race.
China, Ukraine, Maciej Gojlewicz, Poland, Dominic Kowalewski, USA, Sweden, West, Gregorio Holliger, Italy, Roger, Fischgaller, Kansholder, Austria,
Luge, Leisure, David, Stoy, Koller, Latvia, Itola, Avriot, Vox, Dominic, Eisberger, Loch, Wendell, out for Germany. And the track record holders are Patel, Ivanova, Dominic, Ashkin, and the Silverman Professional, record set on 2021, January 10th.
12.83 seconds.
Savukārt izbeiguši 10. pasaules kopvērtējumā. Kontrakologos mēs arī notiek dāmu kopvērtējumā, tur Jūlija Kaupica joprojām saglabā līderes pozīciju, nebija jau Vitola kāpusies uz 8. pozīciju, un bija apavjot pie 15. vietā, Sigulda 17. un Bona Frančeska 41. Otrā reize būs šajā sezonā, kad notiek stafetes sacensības pasaules kausa seriālā pirmā reize šo sezonu. Stafetes sacensībām bija izslēgta klasē Kanādā, tagad Siguldā 2 nedēļas nogāt pēc kārtas. Latvijā 476 punktiem, 415 Latvijai, 3
Austrieši nokrīt 2 reizes spēļas zeltmedaļas pagājušā sezonā Vītenbergā un Sankt-Moricā, un Eiberis uzraktas Oberkautā un Soķos Bronzā.
Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot rās everybody clear the track, please. Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē. On the line, one patient. Track is clear for one patient. Tracks appear.
Go!
Acabamos de trazar, slide.
Great save. Great save.
Visi laipni gaidījušie uz pasaules kausa sacensībām, kas vienlaicīgi būs arī Eiropas čempionāts, būs cīņa arī par Eiropas čempionāta medaļām. Laikapstākļi nesolās tik augsti, tad tas rekords varbūt neredzēsim tik augstu kā šajā medaļas nogalē, bet jebkurā gadījumā tas nenozīmē, ka ja arī būs siltāks, ka cīņas būtu mazāk interesantas un mazāk
Super! Aber kein Felix. Einmal kurz halt einfach beim Rand. Es wird nicht schlechter, das ist schon mal das Schöne. Ja, bitte.
Sehen Sie, nein, das gar nicht. Achso.
So thank you all the teams, thank you all the athletes, thank you all the coaches and staff. EBERSPÄCHER Team Relay World Cup has ended, and also the event of the season, EBERSPÄCHER World Cup number 4 has ended. But see you next week. Have a great Sunday, have a great evening, and I wish you good luck in the training sessions, and let's see you next weekend here in Latvia, Sigulda, World Cup 5th event and European Championship.
Okay, Team Relay just wrapped up. We just had our anthem ceremony for Latvia, and then they're handing out the rest of the medals. And Team Latvia, again, ending up on the podium for today. So they finished out of 4 races. They finished with 3 of the golds, and in the women, they got a silver. So Latvia is taking home a lot of hardware tonight, and we could hear the crowd chanting, Latvia, Latvia. It's so fun when teams win on their home track, because everybody just gets so excited. So everyone's going to split off. They got to go do their interviews for the home country. We'll see if we can grab some people, or they're just going to walk away because everybody has places to be and things to do. But that was tight racing towards the end. Latvia was just so fast, though. There's so many pieces to home track advantages, and it comes with when the men move down from the start height down to women. So like, for instance, Christos Apriodes right there, he's had so many runs on this track that to move down in a start height really isn't a big deal for him. He grew up racing from that height when you get to know the track, and so when the men have to come down, it's really not a big deal for the home track. But for someone like Felix Locke, who I don't know if he's ever really raced from women's start here in Sigulda. That's kind of a big jump, and it's not as natural to figure it out. So that's where we can kind of see, you know, when we're on German tracks, a lot of German dominance, and when we're on Latvian tracks, we see Latvian dominance, and same with Americans and Canadians. So kind of interesting to see how it all shakes out, especially for those races. But Austria, unfortunately, it just wasn't their weekend. Not the best results from them, but unfortunately Lisa Schulte, she did have a crash on her first run. And I was talking to her before when she was warming up, and she was saying that she was just really nervous. And sometimes when you're in a team atmosphere, it can just be nerve-wracking as a whole, because you're not just racing for yourself, you're now racing for the entire team, and it feels like you're representing your whole country. So it can just be kind of scary a little bit. So yeah, a lot of big races this weekend. And the thing, though, we were supposed to be in Norway this week, but we're going to be, they moved it to Sigulda. So now we have a double World Cup. Guys, are you joining me?
We are joining you.
Can I talk to you? Oh my gosh. Okay. Team USA finishing bronze. Emily Sweeney, Gregory Hollander, Tugger West. Guys, what are you feeling after that? Okay, well, first, let's go through each one. Big saves for you coming out of 14. How did that feel? Were you hoping that you had that run yesterday with your race?
Oh, definitely. I mean, yesterday was pretty rough, so that's why I was a little tentative coming out of there. So I wish I could have done better, but, you know, third's third. We're happy.
Third's great. Okay, doubles teams. I know the viewers can't see it, but we all can see it. Can you just describe that moment of coming out of 15, that correction, and just how you think it's out of control, but you handled it so well?
Yeah, you know, it was definitely dicey out of 15 there and out of 14, but all we could do is put our head back and try to make that small correction that we needed.
Yeah, you just got to hold your breath and hope that he's doing his job.
Well, I feel like you're coming out of 15 and you're just saying a prayer. It's like we saw so much gestürzing, we saw so much crashing coming out of 15, but like for you guys, you were scared, but it didn't look like it.
Yeah, I mean, we had so many different runs here this week. Like, our training was kind of all over the place with different ice conditions, and then the race being completely different. So we've had just about everything. So I think that helped us in the long run, where it made us ready for anything.
Okay, I get it. And I'm going to come on this side of Tucker. Tucker, coming down, don't want to trip over these. Coming down from men's start to women's start, not on a track, not on like a home track. Like, is that uncomfortable for you, or it's fine?
Yeah, it's always a difficult jump to go from men's start to women's start. The lines are similar, but the slower speeds change your lines for sure. We've had training here in the preseason though, so I definitely had runs here this year. You know, sometimes you drop down and haven't had a run there in years, so that's better than most. Yeah, and Sigulda is a scary relay. You know, the pad comes quick, the upper curves are a little different than from the top, so just happy to keep its steels down and come out with the medal.
Well, we saw Apriodes almost missed it. That would have any of you guys ever missed the pad before?
Really close to. we came really close on this one, so it was a sigh of relief when we saw that we had a finish time for sure today.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes people might miss it, but the air will whiff it, and then it'll still count, which is a lucky go. So, do you have a few days off before we get back on the track? What are you guys doing?
We haven't really heard if they're changing it, because we're staying here. It's nice not having to go back and pack up really quickly and move on to the next spot. We'll be hanging out here. So our plan is we're making carbonara tonight. We're gonna hit the sauna and hang out.
We just do what they tell us. We don't know what's going on.
You don't make your own schedule. They don't pay you enough to make your own schedule.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. So if anyone wants to sponsor you guys, where should they go? If they want to help out Team USA to have...
We're lucky. We have great sponsors. Thank you, Norton. Thank you, Dow. We have really great sponsors.
Best jacket out there.
Yes.
That was a great plug. You did well. You got an A+ for that. Yeah, you got a bonus for that. That was really good. Well, I'll let you guys go. Now you get to relax the day. Because what you mentioned, you go home, you pack a ton. So is it you literally leave the track and just blitz out of here, or what is it like normally?
A normal week, yeah, you're packing up your box with your sled and getting out as soon as possible.
All right, well, now you guys get to hang, so congratulations on your bronze. Go call home about it. You did great, and we'll see you probably again next week. Is it relay again next week?
Yes.
So are we going to fine-tune some things, or we're just going to go for it again?
Yes.
Everything. Just yes to everything. Okay, great. Congratulations, Team USA. You did a great job.
Thanks, Kate.
See you guys. That was awesome. That was hilarious. We'll try and get some of Team Latvia. They had such a killer weekend this weekend. Everybody's so happy. I don't know if this really could have gone any better for Latvia, especially hometown crowd on your home track. Everybody just looks so great. But yeah, that Team USA interview, that was awesome. There's so many small mistakes that you see in the track. that you don't really notice, but they really got themselves out of a lot of situations. But everyone looks so good. You look so pretty. Wow. This is a team picture. This is like when you're on a soccer team and you need a picture with everyone for your parents. This is it. But they look at how many medals. They picked up so many medals this weekend. Congratulations, Team Latvia. I now know your anthem way better because I heard it so many times. We talked to Krista Zapiodes before. Maybe we can get a chat with Alina Vitola. She did grab silver, but it's just kind of hard. They're like kind of jumping out of here. Wait, Rubanus, can we chat for a second? How proud are you of your team this weekend? That was incredible.
There are not so much words to describe it. I would say I'm excited and happy, and I'm grateful for that everything went this way.
Yeah, it was probably one of the best weekends Latvia has had ever in a race weekend.
Yeah, that's true, and we have a pretty new team, and all the young athletes have. I think they have enough courage and concentration before race, and I think it's a good beginning. It's just a beginning.
How do you set, like as a coach on the coach's side, you deal with the sleds and setting up the sleds, and you did a great job this weekend because they were so fast. Are there any secrets you'd like to share on how they went so fast?
Actually, you say I did it. Actually, the whole team made the job. There is no person on our team that didn't do its job well. Yeah. So, and only when it all comes together, it makes the team strong. And as you see, it was not one athlete doing great and others bad, but the whole team was pretty focused and a good level. Yeah. So I'm very happy with that. And of course for the next week, I see we did it this week. Next week is a blind paper, and we started again.
Yeah. Do you think? I mean, I think we could repeat this whole thing. What do you think?
I hope so. Yeah. Let's cross the fingers and hope for that.
Is there anything you want to say in Latvian to the Latvian fans that have been watching?
Paldies Latvijas visiem līdzjutējiem. Jūs esat paši labākie, tāpat kā Latvijas komanda šonedēļ. Lai nākošā nedēļa tieši tāda pati. Turamies.
Amazing. Thanks, Martin. That was great. So fun. What's your name? What's her name?
Kā tevi sauc?
Can you say it?
Adelina.
Oh, wow.
Adelina.
Does she slide?
Oh yeah, she has her own sled already. Yeah, it's not really race legal, but it's good.
You're a future superstar. Can you give me 5?
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much, Martins. Yes, thank you. I haven't talked to you guys yet. I've talked to Apriodes. Please join us. Amazing. It's okay. No one needs to know. We've got Bots Pluma and we've got Apriodes. Also, Robot. That's the first time I've seen that. Did you come up with that? That was so smart.
Our old teammate come up with that, Peter Skalmans.
Yeah.
He was just sliding the doubles. He came up with that in the summer training in the track. He just said robot on the track. We liked it and we stick to it.
Yeah, Robot. I love that.
It's from Robert. Roll and Boat. His surname.
Yeah, it works. That's very smart. You guys had such a great weekend. Congratulations on yesterday.
Thank you.
How did it feel today with Team Relay?
Team relay is always a special feeling. You have that team chemistry, and it feels just amazing. The adrenaline and emotions are everywhere. So yeah, it's different, but also very good.
You're feeling confident, right?
Yeah.
She's feeling confident. Vitola, I know you don't want to talk. You don't have to talk. It's okay. You did incredible, though. Can I just say congratulations yesterday on your silver? You don't have to say anything. I'll have you say something in Latvian at the end. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, great. Next week, it's a second World Cup. Are you guys nervous to do this all over again, or are you ready for it?
This week's achievements don't give us advantage for next week. Next week is new week, so we will do our best and we will try to do the same thing next week. Let's see.
I wanted to say yes and no. If I answer short to your question, but as Robert said, there's no opportunity, like there is opportunity for everyone, and so yeah, no advantage for no one, and everybody have a, how to say, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
It's very nice to see when it's equal amongst all countries and all that. So anyways, we're so happy for Latvia. Your fans, everyone showed up. You had so many fans here today. That was so fun. I don't know if you heard the band down there. Yeah. They were incredible. So Latvia really just showed up for you guys, and I'm so excited for you. So Alina, is there anything you want to say in Latvian to all the fans?
Mums ir labākie fani pasaulē, un mēs esam labākā komanda.
Amazing. Okay, thank you guys so much. We'll see you next week. Good luck with training and your days off. Incredible. I could see Vitola just hiding in the back. And the thing is, they all speak great English. They just get insecure about it. They don't want to say anything. Anyways, congratulations to Latvia. That was so good. So we've had a great first weekend of racing for the 2023 year. This is our 4th World Cup overall, and then we're going to repeating our 5th World Cup next weekend here in Sigulda. So our current leaders, if I can think of this, if I did my homework right, Julia Taubitz leads in overall standings for women. Dominic Fischnaller from Italy is leading the men still, and then Egert Bennekin for Germany in doubles. They lead within that, and then I believe it's Germany on top for women's doubles as well. And then Latvia just pulled out the win for the relay today. So it's been a great weekend of racing. They're going to go home, take some time off. Like Team USA said, they usually are just hurrying to the airport so they can get to the next place. But since we'll be here next week, they get a few days to chill and relax, which must be really nice. So we will be back here next week, starting with, I don't know which race is first next weekend, but FIL Studio will be back, and we'll be there to cover all of it. We had so many fun interviews this weekend, and everyone talked to us. So hopefully people can see that the FIL Studio is a great thing, and more people can come chat to us. So anyways, that is it for today. My name is Kate Hansen. I'm just looking around to see if there's anyone else that kind of wants to come hang out with us. But I think that'll be it. That was a great team relay. Congratulations, Latvia, and on all the medals won this weekend. Thank you guys, and we'll see you next week.